Cool. We are live, however, we're not set up. We were running about doing stuff in the background. I was doing stuff for the guild. We're posting of things that are coming out for Dragonflight. So, for anybody that's joining us and has seen the post on Discord, woohoo! Dragonflight's on its way. As you can tell, I am not going to let summer die. It might be pissing of rain in Scotland, blowing of gale, but I decided to look out my genuine Hawaiian shirt all the way from Hawaii. And it is meant to be pronounced Hawaii, not Hawaii. What a V. Oh bugger, she's here. Right, nobody say it, because we've got our computer. We picked it up this afternoon. Right, somebody needs to let Bragg know that we're online, because we're going to get this computer out in a second. I need to go and grab also my tripod. It's downstairs. I'll be back in a minute. Nobody go anywhere. Hang on, I'm going to just change the mic as well. We'll mute. In fact, we'll do this. That should have worked. It did work. Right, running down the stairs. Nobody go anywhere. Yep. Right, we're downstairs. Engineer, you'll be glad to know I have set up the wireless camera, and at some point we can show you RGB lights around home. Right, we can now close the loft hatch. Tripod. Drink. This might look a bit overkill, but I do have a really good use for it tonight. I don't want that face, I want that way. And still those legs. Hang on. There we go. Whoa. Right, tripod's done. Let's get the chair out of the way. Then we can get the desk out. Nobody laugh. That gets turned around. There is a bit of weight to this. Oh, quick workout. Right, then do that. And then that's set to 1920 by 1080. Doesn't look like 20 by 1080. I want to make sure that this reads. That's the way. ×1 magnification. I'm just trying to set this up in the background here. Give me a minute. Okay, that should be that. That should be that. We come back to this. We want to custom 20 by 24 FPS. NV12. Full color rate. Don't worry, I am just doing something slightly out of shot. got a Super Deluxe iPhone 12. Put that in there. Cool. So we now have our mobile camera set up. I do this. You get to see streaming headquarters. So this is how it looks. Ignore the dusty PC. And there is the PC we're going to be working on. So, also there's the other side of the room. This is the parts you don't see. So whenever I'm turned around and I say that I'm looking over at my board for dates and that's over there. Anyway, we want to go back to the... This is Touch Portal, by the way. This is the thing I use to control my stream. So talking, which... Cool, right, we should still have audio. We do. Right, happy days. I'm going to put that on the charge just now. I'm going to leave it running. God, she is still here. Please don't tell her that we've got to be changing it. Hey, dude! What's happening, man? Sorry, I shouldn't shout. Xenia's now picking herself off of the ceiling. Right, so we've got Omega's PC here. If you want to jump onto Discord, by the way, you can sit in the streaming channel. Nobody will hear yous, but yous can still talk and I can hear yous. So yeah, but feel free to jump on. Right, so a couple of things we want to do first. I need to get a hold of... I don't want that just yet. The first thing I said I was going to do with this PC was let you actually have a good look at it. Did you put it that way? No, my bum. I want a USB extension. Oh man, running about like an idiot. Happy days, man. Happy days. Right, I've got a power cable because Omega forgot to give me her power cable. It's kind of my fault. I did say to her I just needed the tower. I should have said to her, give me the tower and the power supply. I thought she might have brought it, but never mind. Right, touch portal. Oop. Get that out of the way. That. Now, touch portal doesn't need to be kept plugged in to USB. It's just I prefer it when plugged into a USB. Because it means it's always charging in the background. It's also an old tablet. I'm not very comfortable with charge. Also, we managed to retrieve our USB dongle for our wireless keyboard and mouse the other night there, after dropping it. Hey! I can't hear you, by the way, Brett. I've just got my... So that you don't end up with double audio. I keep the audio for the stream going, but I mute, obviously, the Discord audio. It means I'm not having a double conversation. Right, so that's there. That's there. Mouse is working. Let's just check touch portal is working. Yep, that's working. So, what I need to now do is I need to hide top cam. And then we can square off the desk. Just shimmying my desk backwards, as you can clearly see. That side done. And we nudge that way. Getting out the camera shot. Ta-da! So, one NZXT Alliance cased. How bad's the dust? Oh, does she really want us to answer this? So, let's get... So, Yeah, if I do the talking scene, you can see. In fact, you don't need to. Hang on, I'm going to show you the inside of it. Let's get Epoch Camp up. There we go. Right. So, this here is the case. That's the logo on it. What we're talking about, so that's that painted effect. Top outtake fan grill. That looks okay. That doesn't look too dusty, does it? As we move down onto the front, got obviously the logo. It does kind of look like there's some heat damage going on here though. I don't know if you can see that kind of darkened area. I reckon that's... yeah, that looks like the light in behind it is caused damage to the paintwork. So I was telling you the other day there about this is a switch on the back of these cases, so you can turn the light on and off. That there, that's it in the on position, that's the off position. So yeah, I reckon that light has caused heat damage. Nothing I can do about that, unfortunately. Right, dust. How much dust do we have? You can see there that we can clearly write our name on the inside of this. It does have... it's actually not too bad, so the fans isn't too bad. No, it doesn't look too bad. It looks as if it's more just surface dust more than anything. However, I'm going to get this mount over here. I'm going to then do... whoop. Oh! Camera mount doesn't fit. My phone's too big for the mount. So what we'll do then is go back to the top down view for me to do the next part. We'll bring this out periodically as I'm using it. That up. Right, I'll put this on charge. So she's saying she doesn't use the light anymore. She must have noticed that herself then, that it was going slightly darker. So I've not switched it on, but I know that the symptoms that she was talking about was the GPU revving up. Now the only way that we're going to be able to see what kind of condition this is in is to take the GPU out. So I'm going to take off the front panel. I should put a pair of gloves on this first. Don't want to be touching this thing with bare hands, do we? Pair of gloves. I really need to get hold of some black nitrous gloves. So in the meantime, they're just some cheap ones. They're not that great, but there's maybe fingerprints everywhere. Top screw gets loosened off. That then pulls away from the case, pops out. So the glass doesn't look too bad. You clean on the inside. Let me place that over on my separate bench where Google was sitting along with the hold case. Rag, I'll show you the hold case in a little bit, mate. Right. So overall, it actually doesn't look as dirty as we were expecting. It's not been sitting on a floor, because if it was on a floor, it'd be a hell of a lot worse than this. Let's bring up Bok again. Let you see better view what I'm looking at right now. Right, do a scene. And by the time that does that, and I come round. So the limited edition plate, talking about before Bragg. There's a bit more dust in my thought. There is the plate, and balance that. There we go. Into view. So it is 155 out of 1,000. Isn't too bad, I guess. It's still in the low hundreds. There you go. And there's that cable management bar as well that runs all the way up the back. You hide all the cables. Look at cables in the back in a minute. But yeah, that gives you an idea how much dust there is. We'll just go put red in it. Right. Couldn't resist. Yeah, there is a lot of thought went into this case. There's a lot of detail in it. Yeah, I need to pop that here. Right, I need to go and grab my cloth from... I move that cloth. It's not in that drawer. Right, back in the centre, just need it down the stairs. Ugh. Down the ladder we go. I feel like I fucking live in a submarine. Down periscope. And I want to use pink cloth for blue one. Right, back up we come. People probably watching going, what the fuck's he talking about? Touch. So, wait. First thing I'm going to do, and that's how you use that, I'm going to take out these custom power supply cables because I want to take the GPU out first to see if that's... Oh, that was already loose. Have you been playing about your computer? Take them out. Get them all the way out just so I can get a screwdriver in a bit easy. And set them out to the side. Bar. Rag, did you see the dates on Discord for the upcoming events? Cool. Yeah, it's sort of a mixture of Blizzard dates and Guild dates. Just so that everyone knows where we're at, what we're doing, sort of stuff. Yeah, it's also kind of to do with, so one of the things I learnt today was that pre-patch will also include the dragon race getting added in, so I've kind of tailored stuff based around that information as well. You want to see the fans of the GPU? Of course you do. Things are all here. So, the point that she was making is she felt that it kept revving up in GPU. Now you couldn't see this until you take it out, but actually that is pretty clean in there. There's just some surface dust on the ends of the blades. So in between these parts down in here, little small pokey screw, down and behind the fans,
see the fins. The fins are actually pretty clear. There's nothing blocked up inside them preventing dust getting in, unlike my own PC, because what's really bad because I'm neglecting it on other stuff. But overall there isn't actually too much in it. It's mostly just dust. If you look even in here, it's just a little bit of surface dust lying along the M.2 drive, which that one's empty anyway, so that doesn't have any impact. And that one is up there. And overall, there's really not much dust in there. The only place I can think that there's maybe a problem is air intake. So if it's air intake, that'll be on the opposite side. The GPU doesn't look too bad. We'll still give it a good clean. We'll get some isopropyl alcohol on it, wipe. We'll get the blower onto it. So Amiga, it's not looking as bad as I think you were expecting. Because when you spoke to me the other day about it, and you'd been messaging me back and forward on Discord, you'd said that it keeps, the fans keep kicking in. This might actually be more down to software. I know that Gigabyte, because it's a Gigabyte Aurorus, uses a smart cooling system where it will only kick in when it gets to a certain temperature, and it will go really loud because the fans kick in and you've not had any sound up to that point, to drop the temperature of the GPU again back to its sort of working range. So those screws are a bit loose. But here's the side panel. Give you a better view because that should be a much clearer image. So that's the Alliance one. Not as good as the old one, let's be serious. Yeah, see, I knew it. It's just like, yeah, still Alliance. Fucking whatever. Right. Let's turn this around. Then you can have a look at the inside. So this is the cable management in the back of it. This is where Brad gets to critique as well. If I bring up one. So cable management is actually not too bad. It's extension cables. I noticed this on the front. So she's got custom cables. They look like Link, something called Link that makes them. So, yep, that's Link cables. A bit of a bad cable tie placement because that's right on that lip. If you look at it, you can see that it's been tuned. Cable tie should have been more inwards. That's a minor point. Look, it's got blue cables in the bottom. Do we think she's still about? Amiga, are you still with us? Oh, she must be. I can see her Discord is running. So she must have this on somewhere. She's probably at work and watching it. I've got a couple of nice red cables that fit in there. Oh, she's still here, fuck's sake. Oh man. But this I think is about the most dust that I've seen in it. So down in the back here, this is part of the intake system. So what you get is the air coming in the bottom, and this side here, which is on the intake grill. I bring this up. See here a second. So this is where the air flows in on the side panel, which relates to that part there, and down the bottom. So the only air inflow that you get in these cases, this is the only downside to these, is there's very little air intake. So if it only can come in here and up the bottom, you then, I'm hoping that the way these fans have been fitted is to then blow forwards. So those two fans could be blown into the case, and that would then make them exhaust fans, which is the same configuration that I've got, because I've got an AIO cooler. The difference being is these have got the fans on the outside of the radiator, because I put mine on the inside, because I wanted a push effect rather than a pull. Now, would that make much of a difference? Because this might be the issue actually, if it's causing it to... There you go, Bragg. What you got to say, mate? Yeah, so my logic just now is that we might change these fans around. Bring this to the other side. Yeah, like you're saying, it's more to do with... If it's pull, it's more passive, whereas if it's push, it's more active because it's pushing into the case and it's pushing air in rather than trying to draw and suck the air through the radiator. So by pushing air over the radiator, it's forcing more air hopefully into the case rather than it getting sucked through all the little honeycomb structure of the radiator, which will slow a bit of the air down. So that might help if we change the fans. What do you think, Omega? Are you happy with that idea if we look at putting your fans on the other side of the radiator? Well, she's going to answer that. I'm going to start cleaning components. Was that what you were thinking as well, Bragg? Was that what you're trying to say to me? Right, I'll give that a little clean. We'll get some rubbing alcohol. I'm pretty sure Matty's looking for some of this. Don't know why he's wanting rubbing alcohol, but something he was talking about the other day. What I'll do is I'll just move this off to the side, drop the case down. I'll not literally drop it, don't worry. But jeez, it's fucking heavy. What kind of power supply you got in this thing? It'll be interesting to find out. Getting heavy. Turn the lock. So I've already gave this a wipe, but just so that you get a good idea of what it is I'm doing. Rubbing alcohol. Put very small amount onto the cloth, and then just gently wipe it across the component. That just cleans off all that excess dust, and also any shit that happens to be lying on there. Same with the circuit board, look, it's fine to use it on this part, don't do any damage to it. Part cleans up the connectors in the off chance that there's something on them. Turn the cloth around, and then we'll use the dry side. Gently rub off the excess. That's that part done. Like it says, there was very little needing done to that. Very little. Have you been using the Hoover on this? I have a funny feeling she's been doing us in here and using the Hoover on it. She's saying no. I don't believe her. I know, I'm just teasing. A good clean. That. And work on the other side of it now. Clean the blades up one at a time. And it's easy to know where I started because one of them has got a little LED on the end of it. For me. Dust in there, but again, still very little. I will get the blower out in a minute. I can see some deep inside the bottom heat pipes, but then it's just more surface stuff. It shouldn't be enough to cause it to rev up. Like overheating. So the reason that the fans would kick in is if it thinks it's starting to get too hot, if they are set to smart fan system. Well, it will be if it's a default setting on it. I think also you had mentioned you'd overclocked it. We might look at turning off the overclocking depending on what you've used, and then tomorrow when we do the tuning side of it, we don't have enough time tonight and we're benching and everything, is so in terms of how much dirt we've got, this is just surface cleaning stuff. Hang on. I don't know if you can see. It's a little bit mucky. No. You're really quiet, Senior. Yeah, it's fine. You could do. What I'm going to use in a second is the little Hoover thing I've got. So I'm going to use something that's got a brush on it in a second. It's a little blower, it's not a Hoover. More eco-friendly than buying tins of compressed air. So this here is what I use. So 500 watt blower. And this is absolutely great for cleaning out PCs. Just go and plug this in. You get one of these, Bragg. Yeah, you pick them up on Amazon. It's better than using tins and tins of compressed air all the time. And wait, what it comes with. So you've got obviously the main part to it, and then inside the little bag is you get a spare filter to replace in the bottom of it. You get the cone blower, long nozzle, the more direct nozzle, which is more because it's a shorter distance than that one, more focused air, so it pushes it out into a much finer point. And then you get the little nylon brushes one, which is what I'm going to use to get in between all these grates. Put my nail in it. All you do is you put it on, half twist, and then it's a case of pressing the noisy button. Cool. This is where you'll see all the fans starting to whirl about because... Oh, there's a bit of dust flying out there. There is some in there. Right, got to hold them still. Interesting. It won't make any difference to it, but I've just spotted it won't change any of the performance, and it won't be the reason behind revving up. I don't know if he's will be able to. I was looking in. Apologies for the shaky hand thing. I'm trying to use my left hand to balance it. You see it, Bragg, yeah? Yeah, so there's a couple of the fins that are just bent off. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just straighten them out whilst we're in here. Now, I don't know if I'll be able to hold the phone and do this at the same time, but what I'm going to do just use a flat-ended screwdriver to pull them back out a little bit. You just want to be very gentle when you're doing this. It's just something's hit it at some point. It could be whilst it was being manufactured and built. That when they're putting the shroud on, that black part on the outside, just caught it. So what these do, so I'll just point down with the screwdriver. So that copper pipe down the bottom there, that is takes all the heat out of all the components. So down in the back here you've got the main chipset. Under that, down below the copper pipe, is a heat plate that extracts the heat, and then the copper pipe transfers that heat onto it, and these fans, these grills, sorry, absorb the heat up them, so the heat rises from the graphics card onto the plate, onto the copper tubing, and then these are fins that help dissipate that heat. So the more of these there is, the more of a surface area there is for the heat to absorb onto, and then the fans blow these fins to try and cool it, and then in turn cools the chips down inside. It says it doesn't have a huge difference. A couple of bent fins here and there, again, doesn't affect a lot. But there we go. How does that look now, Bragg? Cool. Just got to check. So you can see this side's okay. So there you can see the copper pipe gears in here, and then down the bottom there, that's the heat plate. So the heat transfers from the heat plate onto the copper pipes. The pipes then allow the heat to work its way around it. There's nothing in this, it's just copper. Copper's a really good conductor of heat. And then that heat transfers up onto these fins, and the air getting pushed back in from the fans help blow into it to cool them down. Yeah. It's just little fan fins to help. Nice and clean. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely looks like there's very little we get in there post. Yeah. Yeah, if they've not got the side panel on. Oh dearie me. I just need to prop my bum up. Right, I'm going to get back to using this again. So you're going to hear the in a second. On that side. Getting this side now. I'm now going to get the slightly more powerful nozzle in, just so we get more direct airflow going into those gaps, because it is down in the back I'm going to get to more than anything. So that part down in there. So for the most part I'm trying to hold the fans still just to stop them getting thrown about the place, so that they're not going faster than they need to be or actually doing any damage to the bearings. And that's that all cleaned out on the inside. So yeah, there's very little in terms of dirt inside that. So I think the symptom that Omega was describing to us, and she's been talking about on Discord, about it sounds as if it's about to take off. I think it's she's got her fan set to only come on periodically, which means that it's hit a threshold temperature, so it's going from an elevated temperature and the fans kick in and try to pull it back down really quickly so that they can switch back off. The heat then gradually builds back up again, it hits the threshold point and then it does the same again, so it's that sort of constant action, and that is probably why you notice it more, because for a period of time there's no fans, there's nothing, because there's nothing happening. If however it's happening and you're not doing anything, then that would be a cause for concern for air intake to the case. I don't know if actually that was a problem. Are you still about, Omega, actually? Still listening? I know she's at work, so and it does show that she's away on Discord. Brad, can you do us a favour, because you've got her on Discord, haven't you? You message her and ask her, was the fans revving up only when gaming, or did it happen when the computer was idle as well? I forgot to ask that one. Because if it's whilst it's idle as well, then I do suspect it's that air intake configuration. And I get probably the reason why they've put the fans on that way is because it's easier to fit it. It's a bit more fiddly to do the opposite direction. Thought I heard Matty's voice for a second. Yeah, no worries, mate. Cheers. Alright, I thought she was wanting to do. How is she? Ah. Has she been corrected? Right, so there's where all the dust is trapped. That is probably the biggest amount of dust that we've got in it. Down in the back there. So it's not massively bad, like we said. A quick glance over it, see if we can spot anything. So a lot of dust is settled in the bottom of the case. See that the power bar's a bit dirty down the bottom here. Yep. Then over that side. Certainly big flakes there. So one of the things I'm going to do is we're going to redo the thermal compound on it. I've ordered fresh stuff which will be here tomorrow, but I'm going to use some of my old stuff that I've got. So I'm Arctic MX4 coming tomorrow. So before I give it back to her, I said I'd put some good quality thermal paste on it, because she does have the CPU overclocked, as far as I remember her saying. I'm sure she said that was overclocked as well. She used the Intel overclocking tool, which I've never actually used. But yeah, I'll use we'll put some fresh compound on it. Cables have been tied together. They're zip tied. Hello! This is where sloppy cable management's come in. Hang on, to see this one, Brad. Wait till you see this. So I've just turned that round. Hang on. Flip that round. So I just literally ran my hand round the back of the cables. Round the back of the zip ties. And I've still left the fucking tails on the zip ties. So yeah, they've not been taken off. Points deducted. What I can do though, is I can open them up and we can reuse them. Ah, right. Now we're starting to see where all the dirt is. So, pro tip Omega, these here come out. If she's watching, somebody tell her she can remove these and clean them periodically. Yeah. So these pop out. Oh dear. We will sit them to the side and we'll give them a tap out in the fresh air. Like that part actually you could get away with using Hoover on. Because it's on the outside. This was the thing that Zena was asking about earlier. Like the air intake grills. This is a slightly damp cloth. There's a little bit of isopropyl alcohol on it. Just to trap the dust, because I don't want the dust flying all about the room. So for the most part, any loose dust you want to take off, on you go, mate? What you got to say? I know there's a slight difference in delay on Discord to what you're hearing. Yeah. Okay. That's quite graphic intense. Yeah. Yeah, that's why they use it for a lot of benching stuff. For how many FPS you can get, because the way that it's built. Right. Back to power supply. I'm going to probably take the power supply out. Be able to get fans. Power supply is in, it's a Colink. Seen that. It's an 80 plus platinum, so it's actually a really good power efficiency, and it's a whopping 1200 watts. What the fuck are you trying to power? Look, I mean, I know there's like future proofing, but fuck me, a platinum rated 1200 watts. Look, how many fucking graphics cards were you planning on putting in this at one point? Although I did read an article, Bragg, you'll be interested in this one. The new 4000 series, they have recommended the minimum power supplies to use is an 850 watt. So that one over there's an 850, the Corsair one, that one that I've just built. I do need to try and get a hold of a cable for it. This is where we're starting to find a lot of dust. I mean, it's the good old question. Does size matter? Sometimes, I guess. So in terms of the configuration to what's in this, I'm going to take these out. Literally going to strip this down because there's a lot of dirt in the bottom of the case. Hard drive bays, are these got express? Nope. Paint. Yeah. Okay. So the alright. Up a second. I'm going to take out the hard drive caddy. The only way to take out the hard drives. Also, how much were you intending to put on this bloody computer? How many games do you have? So it's got 2 hard drives. Now, at a quick glance, I know that they're Seagate Barracudas because I can see the green logo on them. I'm hoping that she's got an M.2 fitted. Otherwise, she's running 2 hard drive discs, which wouldn't be ideal. There's no SSD in it, so I'm saying I'm hoping that she's got an M.2. For loading and stuff, yeah. Yep. I'm almost certain she told me it had an M.2 in it. Zania says she's really critiquing your computer. She says that she's going to mark it out of 10 by the end of this. So far it's getting a 0 because it's in blue. Gently out. So that's the hard drive. Well, the hard drive caddy. It's a bit of a shame that the design of that doesn't have a quick release mechanism for the drives. I never noticed that about the case up until now. Yeah, makes life so much easier having quick release, especially if you want to do like quick swapping and stuff. Okay. Right. There's a lot of screws I need to detach and all this to clean it all out. So you could take the lazy option and not take out all the hard drives and strip it all down and so forth, but by doing that we wouldn't be able to clean the full case and then we'd be leaving half the dust inside. And it defeats the purpose of stripping it down to clean it. It's not been a perfectionist. You know yourself, mate, if you don't take everything out and clean it all, you're just going to, as soon as you turn it on, the dust that was lying on that is just going to blow back in. You've left part of the problem inside the case. I do feel it's a bit overkill with the amount of screws that they put in though. Like they've put 6 screws to hold the hard drives in. 4 would have been enough. I think it's just the paint that's been stripped off that one. If not, it's actually cross-threaded at some point. M2s, I think. No? If screws, I think they're M2s. I need to get a magnet panel. I've got a little one. I need a slightly more powerful one just for putting screws in. Could do it is I could grab one of my oh, the pill cases. Yeah, because you get like morning, afternoon and evening components. Sometimes I've got 4 actually. And then over 7 days. So I was right, it is Seagate Barracuda hard drives that's in them. This is probably the most typical hard drive to use as a bulk storage. It's also the very cheap combo option if you're doing an SSD hard drive combo. And it's so there's 2 terabytes on that one, and this one over here is also a 2 terabyte, so that's 8. Sorry, 8. Fucking can't count. 4 terabytes of storage. A lot of storage. The make actually really good for like putting games on sometimes if you can't afford like a big SSD. Especially these ones, because this is the ones that's got the cache on them. I can't remember how big the cache file is on it, but I think it's something like 512. Right, so hard drives are clean. A little bit of dust down in the bottom of the bay. Caddy. Oh, I remember now, Matty said he wasn't here tonight because he had the kids, didn't he? But he said he'd be here tomorrow night. But it was right, so that's the caddy done. That way. We go in. Right. Hang that off there. This was it. So I always put screws in my fingers first. I'm going straight to using a screwdriver because then you've got less chance of cross threading. Because you can feel the threads a bit better. Sometimes doing a back half turn, so if you can't quite get the thread to line up, turn it backwards on itself first. You'll feel it kind of click, like it drops down. That means it's starting the teeth, and then you can start to tighten it. The one I suspect in can't quite tell. Right on the other side. Reckon that's been the damage done. One minute. I've got a tool for this. I have got a tap and die set. Oh. I could just grab new screws, but I'd rather use the original components. Oh, just spinning. Just still spinning. Sit still. Yeah. So we picked up on one of the was the pump, the AIO cooler. They've left the cable ties on. They've not finished them off. that. It's too small. That should be. Something. So, for anybody that wonders what I'm doing, I'm using a thing called a tap and die. Rebowl the threads. Hopefully that. It's just the first couple of threads it was slightly misaligned on it. Just it's a little bit of a clean off. Right back in. I'm not torquing these up, I'm literally just getting it to the point where it bites the metal and leaving it. Doesn't need to be taut, it needs to be secure. Probably one of my biggest pet hates is people over tightening screws. Do so much damage. Used to be one of the guys that I worked with who was a VM. In fact, he was a Tiffy. Who used to go around and make sure that folk could use like calibration tools and torque wrenches that were set to the right torque. And for years it used to like wind me up because you'd be going round and you're like, for fuck's sake, like, I got this job done, like, why get it out the door, like, when you get the wagon on the road. And it wasn't until probably I'd been in the military by that point by about 8-9 years, and it wasn't until I'd actually seen for myself It was one of our vehicles, one of the CVRT fleet. The rear idler had snapped and sheared and get sent away to be investigated as to why this had happened, because it was a major incident it was classed as. Nearly caused a fatal accident as well. There was a full investigation into what was the reasoning for it and why had it happened. When the report came back, because I was one of the crews that was out that day, I actually went and looked at the report, and it came back as incorrect torsion on the idler that caused the damage, and in turn it caused the bolt to shear inside, which then had pushed into the idler itself. It was a very nasty one. But yeah, long story short, it kind of made me then realise like how important stuff like that was. And that as much as at the time I used to think he was being very anal and very fucking Jobsworth sort of kind of guy, but it's then like, when you see something, you understand. Like, this guy had years of experience. Like, he'd been in the military for a very, very long time. He'd been a mechanic, he'd done armourer, he'd had a lot of experience in vehicles, and obviously we were all in tanks. And when things go wrong on armour, they definitely go wrong. And it wasn't until after that I then realised like, why he was the way he was, because he'd seen too often things happen like that, and he'd came to realise that being anal, as everybody liked to say he was, to potentially prevent accidents from happening. Not you're going to get accidents with computers, but it prevents damage to equipment. It prevents. Oh, you go, mate. I'm still listening. Yeah, it's not like whenever you're in the middle of the desert, you can pick up your phone and go, "Hello? Hey, you broke down. I need you to come pick me up. Where am I? Well, I'm near some sand." Oh, you don't recover out here? Oh, okay. You need to be able to fix some of the jobs yourself. Well, we do have a recovery team. You get recce mechs, recovery mechanics. Fucking fair play to some of them. They are absolutely outstanding guys. Just. The one story that sticks in my mind was a recce mech, a recovery mechanic from Urime, actually Scots TG. There's one of the, this is, you'll even see it on the news, there's actually a guy on TikTok that I follow. I didn't know him whenever he was in, but I knew the vehicle he was on. So during the known as Optelic, the invasion of Iraq from British forces and Americans in the Second Gulf War, his vehicle came under severe attack, and at the time they didn't know what it was. Investigation later discovered it was Milan rockets had been used which had actually been stolen off a vehicle from the commandos further up the road previously, a few days beforehand. Anyway, the vehicle had been attacked and hit by rocket propelled grenades known as Milan, which was British weapons. There was a whole big kind of hoo-ha about this. Nobody knew at the time that's what it was. It was later on that they found this out. However, the vehicle that came under attack had its tracks blown off, its sights shot out, the vehicle was immobilised and was a sitting target. The commander unfortunately failed to command the situation from reports that has been relayed to me and others. But the recce mech who turned up whilst this vehicle was still under attack got out his wagon, hitched up the wagon in order to pull it back into cover in order to be extracted, along with the crew that was on the vehicle, this commander. I then had the fortunate pleasure of working with that commander later on. But yeah, that fucking recce mech and the crew. So, Benny's are on TikTok. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But he does a lot of stuff for veteran support. He's a really good guy. He's one of the crew guys. Right, next thing we're going to have to take out is this power supply. Now, I don't want to detach all the cables from it, because all I want to be able to do is clean the case, not else. So I think we're going to be quite fortunate. I don't think the motherboard's going to have to come out, because it looks like all the dirt's sitting down in the back here, and in the base of the case. Everything's settled to the bottom. We'll be able to get a look at. I feel like at some point it might be nice to get some new cables for this for Omega. She's got some really nice extension cables going onto the motherboard, but then these blue ones that she does have, I know that I've been winding up saying I'm going to put red ones in it, but those blue ones are more you can see them, they're a kind of pale blue. I'll have a look on the front, see how much of it are exposed. Might recommend some cables to her. A bit nicer. Especially because she has clearly asked for a very nice, clean design. And in fairness, cable management is actually really quite good. Just more these cable ties. It's not just the one on the front that I've spotted. So I'll show you this one, Bragg. Boom. And we'll be able to see, focus this cable tie here, which you wouldn't think there's anything wrong with it. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it. It has been cut, been trimmed. But the issue is that you look very, very closely. If I can actually stop moving for a second and prop the phone up right there. So, come on, focus, please focus. There we go. So you can see the very, yeah, do you see it where it's been sitting? So it's been sitting like that. So the very end of the cable has been pushed in against the case frame, and that's the edge of the side panel. So ideally, that should have been on this side, so it should have been snipped on the inside, so that didn't come into contact. Just little minor bits that you see. So the next thing we're going to do is, as you can see, that's the next bit we're going to get into. So that's underneath power supply. And yeah, you're right, mate. It is just like, a lot of people, even like manufacturers and stuff, and what they do this for a living, but they tend not to get a product back to have it cleaned out, so they don't see the minor parts afterwards. And if they're doing this for a living, did you back, mate? No, we're not putting Linux on it. Welcome back, dude. Right, can we manage to wiggle this out? Yeah, I'm just going to change it over. Ta-da! But I was trying to get that out. I just didn't want you to see what I was doing to get it out. Right, so the base of the power supply. This has got a bit more dust in it, but this has got so much dust in it because if you think back to that grate that we pulled off, it was choked up. That's where all that dust has been getting sucked inside it. So, I am going to detach all of these power supply cables from this. I said I wasn't going to. Right. But, so as I can clean this, I want to do it away from the case. Also, this is where you can actually see the little bits of stuff that I was talking about. Look. And I'll just pop this. So, I don't know if you'll be able to quite see it, but I've kind of straightened it, but it's been pulling at an angle. And you can see it's stressing the locking bar. So whenever it's been put in, and again, cable tie cutting. A little bit of excess on it, but neatness, do it nice and tight. And the reason for this one being done by the looks of it is because it's something. Oh, I do see why they've done it. I do see it. It is sometimes very easy to critique other people's work. And I'm not having a go at whoever done this. But a little bit of attention to detail can go a long way whenever you're doing things. That one off. That one, so that's the motherboard power that we're just detaching, which is in 2 modules on this. Wiggly. Come back to him in a minute. There's also the fact that the motherboard modules in 2 blocks. Normally you get them just in 1 block. That's the ones for the GPU. Hang that out. That's the CPU, so CPU's got 2 blocks on it. Old one. Interesting path direction that's went. Not went in behind the power bar. Ah, it's because it's got an extension on it. I get what they've done now. Okay. Okay. What else we're in here? We'll clean out the dust from base. This part. And a bit of rubbing alcohol on it just to trap the dust. Start moving it about. Not even that expensive to buy rubbing alcohol. It's like a couple of £1 a bottle. Get it on Amazon. Right, so that's that part done. I'm going to wipe down all the cables as well. Do them just now. Take that off of the plastic coated. I'm going to replace that cable tie. Do it whenever we're putting it all back together. CPU ones. That's the front panel. Yeah, the extensions are quite good. They're made by a company called Link Up. I've actually used them before myself. I used to recommend them to people. They're good quality. They're good thick cables, and it's a cheap alternative to, instead of having to make them yourself. If you don't have the technical skills to do it, or buying manufacturer colour cables, because each power supply, the pins are different at where they go, so you can't just plug any cables in. So extensions is the better option, easier option. And Link Up, you get them on Amazon. Link Up's a really good quality cable. They're nice, thick, robust cables. So that's the. We just need this back up in a minute, because I'm going to have to get into all this, because I need to get into the front at some point, because we've got to take that CPU block off and stuff. Good. Snip the end of that one then out whilst it's out. Tidy it. Do it so that it's nice and flush to the block. Okay, that one's okay. The rest of them's all been cut down onto the blocks. That one hasn't, and back one. What I'm going to do is a bit of excess off. I'm going to shimmy that round so that the block is now facing down into the case. Keep that away from lip and it'll stop it catching in the future. Done. Let me round the front. Just walk round a second. Yep. We're going to take the radiator out and that let me into that front panel. There's a bit of dust in the front as well. The cables for GPU. And that up. Move this stuff all out my way. This, this is the SATA cable for the power for the hard drives. Right, I'm going to just set the case off to the side. So that we can work on the power supply. Also just realised like how much exposure there is on camera. Why are you on auto exposure? I turned you on. I'm not as bloody bright and white anymore. I know I look pale skinned at the best of times. Don't need to make myself any worse. Right. Do. So, as you can see, the power supply, Gold Link, 120 watts, 80 plus platinum. So for anybody that doesn't know what the 80 plus platinum part is, it's to do with the efficiency rating. You want to, if you're ever doing a custom PC or you're building your own, try and get one that's got a minimum of a bronze rating. If it doesn't have bronze rating, it means it's not had through any proper testing to actually ensure that the components are of decent quality. You do get 80 plus white and they will work, however not going to be very power efficient to begin with, but also good chance it's got cheap parts in it. And not being racist, but it's normally Chinese parts. That's yeah. It's a power supply. That gives it power to all the components. I need to turn off the auto zoom. That's cool. I keep seeing it refocusing as well. Going in and out and in and out. I'm not left-handed, by the way. I'm ambidextrous, but for some reason I'm using the mouse in my left hand. I don't normally. Right. So yeah, the thing I was talking about a second ago in here is on the side of it, it tells us the manufacturer, which is Colink, and it tells us its energy efficiency, and in this case it's an 80 plus platinum, which is really, really good. It's got really good power efficiency. Means it's got good quality parts in it. Went through a rigorous testing to get that certificate, whereas you'll get other power supplies that are just 80 plus. It's known as 80 plus white. Means that they're not necessarily quite as good quality parts. Right, time for the blowy thing again. I'm going to start kicking up some dust into the air. Can I get my finger down in? Or something. Before we do that, let's take off that grate. I'm not stripping down the power supply, all I'm simply doing is taking the shroud off. So I can get into the fan itself. We're not going into the actual internals. All I'm doing is taking the shroud. Right, Colink faces towards Colink. And remember that. Yep. And we can in the back of this wipe. Okay. And I wipe down blades. And on the inside a bit more clean. Now this will move about now because we did remove screws from it. What I will do is get it back there. We'll put 2 diagonal screws back in, just to hold it in place. Alright. Don't need to go all the way in, just place back into the fan. Start cleaning. Of rust. Outer lip done. Going to finger in that cavity space here, round inner part. Start to see the cloth getting darker and darker. Hold it over, get a nice clean surface. Again, go around. That finger in between a bit better. Allow me to get all the way around that edge. Start with the shroud. Now, blades. Yeah, there was me. What we're going to give this one? Right to instinct, you know. Sure, I don't know what I'm going to have for dinner. I've not eaten yet. What did you have, Zinnia? What was your dinner? What are you going to have? You can't beat leftover pizza. Do you heat up in the microwave? This is probably one of the parts of a computer that does end up the most dirty because it's at the lowest point and it draws air up into the PC in order to cool the power supply. But because it's at the lowest point, when you start up your machine, it draws everything up. This is why it ends up being so dirty. It's also why it's important to clean that. So it's got a mesh grill over it to kind of catch the larger parts, but again, this is one of the things that would have probably helped stop a lot of that surface dust getting in the PC. It's also why there isn't very much dust on the inside of the PC when we looked at it. Is a lot of the stuff that's in place on the computer is designed to trap dust. It's a really good case. I'm not just saying that because same design as mine. It is in the wrong colour, it is in blue. You didn't hear me saying it was a good case, otherwise you'll never let me live that down. Rubbing alcohol. The reason that I'm using rubbing alcohol, like I said earlier, is it helps trap the dust. And it stops it from kicking up into the air. We want to rub off as much as we can before using the fan. The fans only take it into the areas that we can't get into. We want to try and get as much of it off before we use the fan, before using the blower, sorry. But the blower's not the answer to cleaning it, it's only for the parts that we can't get into. Clean the dirt and grime first by hand. Doing both sides of the blades, the fan, making sure that we give them a wipe in the back, in the front, in the back, in the front. Keep working our way systematically around until we've done them all. It is a bit of a boring process, however, it is where most of the dirt is sitting in this. Then we can go around that again. Yes. What to do is blade to there. I can try and get my finger along that part of it. Ledge there. That one. That one. The excess from down in there. Right, so that's most of the heavy stuff off. It just leaves the dust that's down inside. I've got to use the blowy. I'm going to stop the blades from spinning though by holding them in place. That out, and then I've got to go for this side. Most of that out. To this side. There we go. Kicked a bit of dust out. Looks as good as new. I think we'll be changing the gloves over just shortly as well. Co-link to co-link. Oh, excuse me. As you can tell, there was a bit more dust in there than we thought. That's also why I moved the case out of the way for that part. We are putting the shroud back onto the power supply for the fan. We'll locate that look through by Is that frosty? Tighten that one up. That one in. One's in. That one's in. So that's power supply all cleaned out and put back together. What's next? Let's put that back up here. Put that back down. So probably the next job is to consider what we're going to do with all of this hoses. Now, because those cables there, not actually, that's just, I can take them out. Just take the GPU cables out, the extensions. Currently not attached anyway. Them over along with Seda. Motherboard ones are still in. Leave them. Did I give you back yet, mate? Should we still cooking? Take the glove off. So here's an interesting point. There's a little bit of plastic top of this here. This is the logo. It's also the heat shroud for the chipset. Be a Z series. Z390. Right. Oh, can't we need to put this? You all see that? So when they built the computer, they left the Pili on not there, so we can have peely peely. Sorry, Mega, but this is coming off. That's what it's doing, but you don't want to leave bits of plastic up. Oh. I must have missed that when they were doing it. This will let you also have a nice good look at that cable, that bar that we're talking about. Remember I was saying earlier about it being a painted design? All the way down. Cable management bar. They have Opti. It's someone else's. It's one of the members of the guild had got in contact with me and asked me to give it a good clean out. Someone else's. Right, so that bit to clean. We want to change these fans. We're going to move them to the inside of the radiator, so we're going to put them through there over to that side. And I get why they've done cable up and round. Looks nice, but it is kind of blocking the radiator a little bit. That's that one. There. A bit more of a challenge. Whilst we're working on stuff. So yeah, it's somebody in my guild's computer who had asked me to give it a clean out for them. So we've stripped it down. We're just slowly going through it to clean it up. All the dust out. All in preparation. Yeah, it can be. The only thing that's wrong with this case is it's an alliance case. We're a horde guild. Well, if you happen to be in the UK, somewhere in Scotland, for a small fee, I will clean it on stream, that way you can see what we're doing to it. And get it back all nice and clean. Is that another peely that's not taking off? I think it. Ah, well there goes that one. Whereabouts in the bottom of the UK? Ah. The guy's in the guild actually for Essex. Not seen him for a very, very long time though. Since last season. Work out if that is. Yay! Thanks for the follow. Right, the person that was from Essex, he was a bouncer, if I remember right, on the clubs. Part of the guild. Yeah, I've not long started. We're actually building an arcade there, so we go between building computers to playing World of Warcraft. We do mythic keys and stuff. Oh, in the background. Oh dear me. Hang on, I need to do it. You do that a second. Get the glove back on. Right, so next part I need to get is all that dust from down in the bottom. I might need to detach a couple of cables as well in a minute. To get all the kind of big bits of dust out, and we'll be able to look at this radiator out. Part of the aisle cooler. That a wiggle. That a wiggle. That one. Yeah. Edging. Side. A lot of loose dust on this rear fan. But I kind of take time. Heads again. Clean off as much as we can. And there's a storm blowing outside. Right there. Up it. Back into this side. Upload. So, if you ever clean your own PC, you don't need to quite go to the same extremes of taking every single thing out. But it is a good idea to, at least once every so often, take most of the major parts out and then give them a good clean. Saying earlier, never brag was sitting. I talked about it, it's better to clean everything than only clean some, and then when you switch it on all the dust flies about inside it. When we do power it up, I'm going to do it with the side off, but any loose dust that there is inside it will blow out. This is running. That part. Bandera wipe as well. Going over.
Well, here's the sweet shop's answer.
Off up. Right, so there's no M.2 in there. Is in here to answer your question from earlier about an SSD. Does have an M.2 in it. You were asking earlier about an SSD. So it's got an M.2 SSD in it, so it's underneath that top bar. So instead of it being a solid state drive, which is a disk drive, got a little M.2 drive in here. So it's a solid state drive, but it comes in the form factor of M.2. Yeah, so still, I don't know what size that is without starting up the computer or opening that up, and I don't really want to open this. It's got a heat pad on it. So she's got two 2TB hard drives and an M.2 drive. I'm going to make the assumption this is a small, maybe a 512 M.2. But she could actually add in more M.2s, so there's 1, 2, 3 slots in total. So yeah, it might be something that we need to look at. She might have WoW on one of those hard drives, which would mean that it would run fine, but whenever you're doing raiding and stuff, there could be a bit of latency and lag and stuff. It's running off the hard drive opposed to the SSD. Yeah. Right, so we've got most of the major big clumpy bits of dust out. Got a little bits here and there still. Wait, get back. Fingers in behind that. I'm just going to detach module off the front there. Just for the sound. Front panel. So for the most part, most of the big surface areas is now cleaned out. 3, 8. Next job is the data. That comes out. And get a bit more rubbing alcohol. All this dust on here. Similarly with the radiator, there's a couple of bent fins. After we clean them out, Gently that in. Give me a little bit more maneuverability to and stuff. Moment. One's detached. Yep. I'm nearly done. This part. Where's it? Nuts and bolts in it. Put the light on. A decoration. So there is a couple of these pins. I've also got a couple of little minor kinks in them. Straight some of these out once we get the radiator out. Yeah. This is where all the air kind of gets pulled through, so all the dirt will get pulled over this. This can sort of be one of the areas that slows the computer down if it can't pull air through. 4 RAM sticks in this as well. But looking at 2 of them at a quick glance, I think 2 of them are empty. So she's got 4 modules of RAM. And I think 2 of them, without me pulling them out, are imitation RAM. Now the reason I say this is because there's a slight colour difference from those ones to those ones. I think those 2 are fake RAM slots. I'll find that out shortly. One of those things that I happen to be looking at whilst I'm doing this. Plus screw. Yeah. So I think she told me that it good kicking it. So it's either 4 8s or 2 16s. It might be 2 different kits. It might be actually, but I have a funny feeling imitation. Right, well that bit's clean. What are you doing? That'll just give it a quick wipe. Where'd I put the bloody cloth? The reason that I've taken this all apart, like we were talking about earlier, we're going to try putting the fans on the other side of this. I think it will work slightly better for it. There's a couple of the fins as well, just minor dinks in them by the looks of it. Use the blowy on that. Pull on them, okay. Now, I'm going to take out CPU and everything. Question is, do I want to do it just now? Not take out the CPU, but take off the block. Probably as well too. Got a power cable going into it. So that. Right, that's pressure on the pin. We're going to have to clean the thermal compound off it. Replace the thermal compound. I've got some temporary stuff I can use tonight. But I'll probably just put it tomorrow. Got stuff coming in the post from Amazon. It'll be here tomorrow morning. Evenly undoing these as it comes off. So do we reckon it's got pre-applied thermal paste to the pad, or did they put their own thermal paste? Moment of truth. That looks like it's the thermal paste. The pad itself. I need to find cables. I'll be at the very top here because that's the place. On these nuts. Hold in place. Flapping all about the place whilst I'm on the other side. Yeah. Drop the 2 fans down. With the path lines on these anyway. Get the 2 fans out. Into that. That there should then connect to the block. Cable that I want. Yeah, because it's not. Let's take out those 2 fans, clean them separate. Now undo through. Nuts. Grab our 4 nuts and put them in there. Oh, that's dealt with. Out. Oh. How the heck they managed to get that to go through the back of that? I've got no idea. Yeah, right. Hey, yeah, we're getting there. There's a couple of things that we've kind of picked up on it. Minor tweaks. And cable management stuff. So one of the things that we're going to do for you is we're going to change the airflow, because both me and Bragg spoke about this and we both agree that we reckon it will work better for you, and it might be part of your issue of why your GPU fucking revs up so much. I'm just trying to clean off this up and run the cable bar. That's most of the other stuff off of that. We need to clean the CPU. We need to take off the old thermal paste before we replace it with fresh stuff. I want to use a slightly harder cloth. Not the one that I've been using to clean all the dust. Gently dab it on to begin with. Help break down the thermal paste. So I'll get the mobile phone over so you can see this a bit better. Why is this still going? But saying I do keep it on the charge in between. Bum 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 bum. So you can see I've already started cleaning it off that's the thermal paste. We take that off. Good drag. Gently wipe it away. We'll then be able to see it momentarily. Actual detail. Off. Turn that out. Side of it all. Yes. The reason we want this to be nice and clean is that when we put on the used thermal paste. Yeah, so it was the pre-applied stuff that's on the block. Yeah. You can see on the block itself, it's a round disc, and you can see how it's spread itself across it. Pre-applied stuff. Also, now you're back, mate, you can see that logo and everything, and that painted bar, food bar, comes up. See all the little bits of detail of Azeroth and the water and everything on it. Kind of look coincides with all the islands and stuff. Goes across the case. Oh, it's a flip. Go on, turn again. Cool, so we've done most of it. We've got most parts out, got most of it cleaned. You go into that AIO thing. Boom, do that as well. This will give me a second to take a breather and a moment. But this also gives people a point, so in terms of time, this is taking 2.5 hours just to get to this point. And for the most part, I've not stopped. I've kind of been plugging away at it, taking bits out. So there is a lot of time and effort goes into actually cleaning a case. A lot of folk think, I can't take that long to clean a case, I'll just do it in like 15-20 minutes, be done. Not if you want to do it nice and thorough and get all the chassis cleaned out, to make sure that you're not just recirculating dirt in itself. Now that we've got that part done, get the case back off the desk. Just dropping out of there. The next thing we want to work on is the radiator. So I want to do it. So I want to clean that thermal compound up. Do it this way, just I'm not going to change. Driver. So all I'm going to do is take thermal grease compound off of this. The fresh stuff on. Nothing in its way. Give a nice good coverage. So all this does, so this is probably Zenero, but I wonder what this does. Is it helps to create a film, and not a movie film, between the CPU and this part here, the copper block. This is the block. And what the thermal paste does is it helps to fill in all the little fine metal grooves. So metal's got a texture to it, and to get rid of that sort of microscopic gap, it doesn't look to the naked eye look much, and that looks like nice and smooth and flat and shiny. What the thermal paste does is fills and creates a bond between the CPU shroud and the AIO block. So it means that there's no air gap, because air doesn't really transfer heat as well. what the thermal paste will. So it will take the heat out from the CPU over the shroud of the CPU, through the thermal paste, onto the block, and then inside here is the pump, which circulates the water through the hoses, up through the radiator, down the channels, and that radiator design that we've seen earlier helps dissipate the heat a little bit more, and then you've got the fans that help blow over. No, do I think? But I thought they were just nice. Look, what a mellow look. This isn't look. What do you expect? Linus Tech Tips. There's a professional lighting system in here. Let's have a look. I can make a quick alteration. Just feel that. Is that better? Oh dear. Some people. Well, it's not enough that we're cleaning the computer for her while she's at work. She wants to be able to be nosy and watch what we're doing. You think she's been watching all this time like that? Oh, please don't hurt my baby. What are you doing to it? Right. I'm going to set that up that way. I'm going to get this. And go, and we're going to blow all the shit out the back of it. So, there's a good bit of dust coming out the back. And we'll do this side now. Sit still. Yes, I certainly will, mate. So, let's get rid of most of it. I'm going to use the brushy part. So I'll be able to show you the damage that's on the back of the radiator, and I think this has been building it. I've done this, which probably explains why they didn't put the radiator on the inside. Okay. Actually, so I think I know what they've done. I think I know exactly what they've done. They were originally, in my theory, going to fit the fans the way that we spoke about. Oh, I've got a bloody tear up a bumhole. Do this. So, there you can see where the radiator's been. Now that is on what is the outside of the case. This is where we're going to put the fans. I think they must have tried to fit them in that way and were struggling to get it into the case. So they changed their mind and put them on this side, which has got very little. Or when they were trying to fit it into the case, because there's nothing on this side, and they've been trying to get it in, they've hit parts of the case. What do you think? I'm going to just try and prop. Yeah, I kind of like that way, don't it? Right, so leave that there. I will go and get our magical screwdriver. Get 2 of them. So what we're now going to do is drop the phone before one. Now, this is where I need to do nice and low. So what I'm going to do is just use a flat screwdriver. Gently rise back across. All this is going to do is just allow for a little bit extra, better path. It doesn't make a huge difference, a couple of bent fins here and there, I know that, but today I need to rectify it, wouldn't we? One, that one. Now, I'm not going to be able to get rid of the scuff mark on the outside of it. We'll see in a sec. They've now got more of an even gap. Open it back up, so the distortion that you can see is just the surface paint, and the reason it looks so bright because the reflection of the light shining down on it. Okay, the next one is we want to try and achieve. And on that one. So you can see somewhat now. Because the camera's slightly magnified, I actually get a better view on my computer screen than what the naked eye does. Bit better? You think back? What better? I mean, like I said earlier, that there is just the paint that's now been certainly looked. Nah, without reapplying coat paint, and it would need to be a sort of heat resistant gel that you think. Wiggle. There we go. A lot better, didn't it? Cool, so radiator's clean, that's ready to go back in. We will need to take off these cable ties at some point and redo them. Also, I feel that the so that what a second. I drop. I'd have thought about this. Doing this. So just now what we have is the two tubes coming from the radiator towards the CPU. But for some reason, as they come, I'll do it this way, as they come along, they are then twisting to come around and into lock. Whereas, and it's not even to do with the way, because it would have been sitting that. So, yeah, I think I know exactly what's happened. Didn't damage it. So they've put what should have been that tube there as top tube. Let's end up on the bottom. So I wonder if we can be fixing that. So this is where I'm going to take these cable ties off. Rather than physically cutting the cable tie, I'm just opening up the mechanism inside it. Because they never snipped them, we can easily reuse them. I don't know if they actually just put the cable ties on just as a temporary thing, with the intent of taking them off. The tubes were out their way at one point. Somebody started leveling an out yet? I really shouldn't need brag if he started leveling out, so you get fucking more outs than there is in the entire game. I'm pretty sure that he makes up like 1/8 of the guild roster. The cable ties off. When it comes to refitting that, I think we should change the way that they sit. So yes, it is what I can hear you. Don't want them that weak. That would be. So the way that it's sitting just now, this is the block. I need them to come to the opposite side because we want the radiator hoses to be on the bottom because it's on the IO cooler. We want to make sure the hoses at the bottom on it because there is an expansion gap for air inside the tank. I want them to come down this way. I want that to be the top hose. That one I want to find. That. There, that would go there. Starting to see maybe why they done it the way. Before night, yeah. Custom. Those two tubes, if I can up to. Maybe one. Oh wait, I think we've got it. Does have a twist in the back cable, but with the shroud of it. Outer part of it. There we go, that's it. That's the way it should have been. So, cables are now flowing down. That's a lot better, isn't it? So that'll run now from radiator. Those two cables being able to be joined the way they were trying to. That one staying over the top. A little bit more taken out of this one. The sleeve. Yeah, that'll sit now. But they run down. That's a lot neater, isn't it? Not such a big fucking twisting bow in it. Cool. Right. Happy days. I better put this back on the charge, otherwise it'll be telling me shortly, your battery's dying. I know it is. The battery's dying. Good program if you're ever looking for a second camera, Bragg, or MD that's watching the stream. Program called Epoch Cam. It's now owned by Elgato, but it's a one-off purchase. You can also use it for free. It works through 3 different ways of sourcing it. One is Wi-Fi, one is NDI. Currently OBS doesn't support NDI because it was updated to version 28 recently, and NDI is still being worked on. And the third one is a wired connection, but it makes for a really good camera. Even if you don't have a decent webcam, you can use a mobile phone as a camera. Depending on what type of phone you've got, you can either have an iPhone 12 with a 4K or an old shitty 1080p. There you go, mate. I'm still listening. Okay. I mean, the good thing in the mobile phone thing though, and using Epoch Cam is what you've seen me doing tonight, like doing close-ups of things and bits and bobs. It's actually good to like doing model building as well to like show people stuff. It's all covered in thermal paste. Right. Yeah. Right, so radiator's clean. All the cables are done on that. Done. Now, what I'm wanting to do is fit this onto. Well, I can't do that yet. I need to clean the fans. Put that over the side. Sit it on top of Google. It just leaves these 2 fans. These are the stock fans. Ugh. I've realised that I bruised my knee yesterday, or the other day there, when I was sat here. I didn't open the cupboard doors to put my knees on the inside of the cupboard. This is an old worktop that I put wheels on, just to move it about. Yeah. No, that there is just one of those fucking sticky things you get out of B&M. One of the vinyl sheets. So it's just a normal worktop. I mean, there's a couple of bits that have like, damaged the vinyl, but it's all second hand. Like, a lot of the stuff that's up here is all off Gumtree, going for free or going very cheaply. And I've just repurposed it and used it. Like the Ivor stuff behind me, I cut it down to size to fit the space. And I've got some new Alex drawers that's going under that desk. Yeah, and I'm going to take out the ones that's in it because I've discovered that, I don't know if you'll be able to see it on the camera, but I've started to cut the blood flow off to the end of my wrist. Or I'm going to end up with carpal tunnel, I think, at this rate. And it's because the desk is slightly higher than the armrest of the chair. So I'm going to rectify it by putting different drawer units on the side just to drop the height of the desk down a bit. That should prevent damage to my fancy having nerve damage. I could start to feel pins and needle tingling. Giving the back of these blades a clean just to take off the dust. Not a huge amount of dust on these, but this is because most of it has been caught on the radiator itself. Because the air was coming through the radiator, it was sucking air into the case, which means that not as much air pushed in, blocked off by the radiator. Not a huge amount, but just enough. Seems to notice a couple of degrees change in temperature, especially to make the G, which is then going to cause that fan to kick in slightly sooner. The back of the pin. Just go cut. The bits that I can't get into. That's one fan done. Fan. I still can't believe that the reason that she's got the lion's case is it's blue. But please hold. But that one just puzzles my brain. I could get the point if you play both Alliance and Horde and you like the colour blue. But to just play on Horde. Well, she did say that she played Alliance, I suppose, years ago. Yeah. Do you know, I'm actually starting to wonder now what the number is on my limited edition. But let me go for one of each. I mean, at some point, I actually will build into both. So I've built my gaming PC into the red case, and my logic is it's got an AMD CPU in it. So it's Team Red. And even the GPU in it is AMD right now. So it's a full Team Red case. When it comes to redoing my streaming machine, I will have it as an Intel build and put it into the blue case. Although only one of them will be on display. Oh man. But that's quite amusing. Yeah, the red one will be on display. I'm just laughing at Omega's comment. I don't know if that read out to your use or not. I don't know if you've heard it or not. So, basically, she was thinking that she'll come onto Discord and jump on WoW and stuff whenever she finishes work tonight. To remember, she's not got a PC. I got it. I'll hold it ransom. Oh, that is epic. It really is. I've already told you, cash on delivery code. No, and oh, fucking hell! Look, that's how much power's in this blower. I don't know if you noticed, but the keyboard over at the side there just kind of like half blew off the desk. So that much is blown off. We'll just put that back there. Look, if we do this again quickly. Say again, mate. So we've got one person in the guild who thinks that they'll use sorry, I'll let Brad go. Where you go, mate? Yeah. So we've got somebody that sits on Discord talking about him. In fact, this is a common thing. Like, why is there so many members of our guild that talk muted on Discord? Because Matty does it all the time. Right, fans are clean. Do you do it as well, mate? I don't know, I just don't mute mines. Well, I do sometimes, but I never talk to myself. Cool. There is a slight colour change in that. Where the fans have been. Let's try and see if we can do that. Yeah. You see there's just that little ring mark there. Well, I think that's pretty much done, isn't it? Don't even notice it now. Okay. Right, it's true. shocking. Right. This was something I was trying to explain about fans the other day there, about the directional of them, how it sort of works. A little bit intake and outtake on fans. That what we will see is look. See that there's a little arrow if I do just down at the bottom. Those arrows that are down the bottom here points in the direction of airflow. And to sit still. Oh. Bear with me, bear with me. Do. Working? No. Local content. Yeah, you can just about make it out and no more down the bottom there. There you go. And see one pushing towards me, down towards the bottom of the screen, and one to the right. So that shows the airflow direction. So that lets you know what way the fans are blowing. That way when you fit them in, you can have them as a push or pull configuration. But also whether you want... Oops. Headset. There we go. On buttons. Don't know. Ivy. That's it, yeah. Cool. Drop that off the edge. Just like this. We want that there. That on this side. Want the fan cable to come out on the side because I know that that one, that side, so that's the fan. Yeah, they're nice and clean, aren't they? So this is us now changing the fan configuration on this, so that the fans are now in between the radiator and the outer part. Yes, and we'll talk about it, but it should help with better airflow because it'll push air in. The direction that they're facing just now is they're blowing down the way, and that will push inside the case. I'm not quite sure why they didn't do this first time. I mean, the only reason I can think that you wouldn't have done them the other way is if you had RGB fans, so that it would light up the case a little bit more. You wouldn't see them in here. RGB fans. I wonder what their logic was. Maybe just easier. Probably easier fitting the fans on one side and fitting the shroud on the other. I like the... Look, you don't need to stop talking, Bragg. Look, talk over me. I know you find it slightly odd, but don't worry about it. I get what you're trying to say. Oh. That's that button. Yep. Could actually do me a slightly bigger radiator in this as well. These are 140. Yeah, you need to have finished up to the point where you go out to... What do you call it? BFA. So it's just after the point of getting into Ogrimmar, you need to have done the point where you've spoke to like the trainer and everything, got the mount. So it's the point where you just step into BFA, into the docks. That's end of tutorial island. Is part of Ogrimmar's part of the tutorial as well. Right, so radiator is done. I really don't know why they didn't do that. That just doesn't make sense to me. So that's no, because mines, when I built mines the other day there, this is exactly why mines went in. The only thing I can think is they screwed the plate on to the radiator. So when it came out of the box, the fans might have been pre-fitted to the radiators. I've not really looked at Corsairs ones. And rather than taking them off the radiator to change it around, they've just screwed the plate straight on. There's so many different options that this could be as to why. Like we said, it could be they try putting it in one way, they fucking dented it, putting it in. What do you say? It's a Corsair H100. H100i, maybe? So that's maybe the reason. So, PC parts picker, components, kilos. Don't want part because I was doing Matty's build. Is we'll see. I have a funny feeling. That's the newer version. That one there. I was close. It's the H100X, not the H100. Or it could be the Pro. One of these two. And if that is the case, if you look, the fans were on the same side as the block, which, so it's not that. That's the, so it's the H100i Pro. So I was right. It was the H100. Okay. But that's the Pro version, the H100i Pro. Yeah. It might just have been that they found it easier to put the fans onto the radiator and then put the shrouded part on the mount, sorry, the bracket afterwards. Could be, could be. And speculate. Right. Right, so what does that take us up to? We've cleaned the radiator, we've cleaned the hard drive bays, GPU, power supply, done some of the cables, some of the cases cleaned. I've got a little bit more of the case to go. It certainly becomes a lot lighter when you start taking stuff out of it. Right. So, next question is, do we take out the motherboard in order to get in behind that and down those little bits, or do we just try using blower? I'm going to try the blower first. Okay. Oh. Well, that blew up a bit of dust. Okay, next time you're speaking to Omega, tell her to give it a bit more of a spring clean. Take out the motherboard. Wow. So I don't think actually the dust cloud that came from the fans, so I don't actually think there's potentially much in behind. I'm going to take out these 2 RAM slots a second. I'm curious. I want to know if I'm right on this or not. Is this an imitation? Yep, I'm almost convinced. Yes. So, put these next to each other a second. So, RAM slot 2 contains so the parts that you can take for this. So the 32G is 32 gig, and it is 320 megahertz with a cast latency of 16. And the other part is that 2 there in the middle tells me that it comes from a kit of 2. So there's 2 modules in it. Means that the other ones is getting nada apart from lighties. And that tells you it's a kit of 2. So it's LE kit, so light emitting kit 2. The 2 of them are fake. It's all about aesthetics, about how it looks. You can get away with using different RAMs, but this whole argument, like, does it make any difference? The short version is not massively. Can do it. It's not good practice though. As long as the channels that are paired together. So I'll be able to show you in a second. I was talking about this on my onboard the other day there. As long as the channels that you're pairing them to in the dual channel slots are the same ones on same channels, not as bad. I'm loving this whole mobile phone thing. What did you think? This was used better. Do it. So you'll be able to see here. So it goes A1, A2, B1, B2 in terms of the DIMM slots, and this one doesn't have it, but a lot of motherboards have got little asterisks on them as well to show you which is the preferred ones. But as long as you go for the same 2, so the way that relates is slot 1 and slot 3 are linked, and slot 2 and slot 4 are linked. The way that they have done this, and right, slightly high. Yeah, those just naturally sits higher than the rest. Is that the way that's designed? It must be. It is all the way in. I did make sure that it the orbital click. So yeah, the channels, the way they're designed is that one links to that one links to that one. Because there's no asterisks on it, there's no preferred primary ones to go with. Mine stated that way slots 2, which is sort of a kind of standardised way of doing it anyway, a lot of people will naturally use slots 2 and 4 if it's paired 2 and 4. It might be 3 and 4 that's paired, but when you're doing a lot of builds, you tend to put your active RAM in the slots further away from the CPU, because again it allows for more air to be able to get into components. Right, I think we are pretty much cleaned out on the main components. I don't feel that we necessarily need to take the motherboard out, because I think we've managed to get that clean using the blowy bit. And where all that dust cloud came through, like I said a minute ago, wasn't actually from the board, it was from the fan. Yeah. A quick check around any bits that we're missing. Needs to get wiped down. Data power, that was for the AIO. Looks like that's it all cleaned out. It's now just rebuilding it all back in. But the reason I'm also saying about not taking the motherboard out, because I don't think it's that bad, is the back of the motherboard isn't dirty, and the back of the panel wasn't dirty either. But I think that most of the dust had settled just on the bottom or on the fans. Mega, you still watching? She's still there. She's not on Discord just now. What time is it? 11:30. We might have a little short window, because this is the time she normally gets in the house. Yeah, hang on. Cool. Nobody tell her. Red cable? I think we could hide that in behind that one and she would never notice. What do you think? You might see it actually, now that I'm looking at it. Ugh. Goes that idea. Never mind. That a little bit. So, the perfectionist in me, this is a totally different part. Grab the phone. So obviously, the part that goes inside it for the limited edition plates are put in by NZXT themselves. They're manufactured. Now, I don't know if you'll be able to see this, there's not so much light around here just now. Bear with me a second, don't worry about the black screen. Yup, do it that way. Pan camera. There we go. So, I don't know if anybody else can see it, but the distance on that side is just slightly different on that side. Now, I reckon I can probably fix this photo just so that it's straight, because all that is, you see it, Bragg, yeah? Well, it's just that. So, what I would need to do is get the hairdryer, heat it up. Yeah, I think we should fix that photo. So I'll get a hairdryer, so that I can heat it up. We'll use a hairdryer, heat up the adhesive, and then we can just square it off a little bit on the edge. So we'll put that to that. We'll do the top. Put that back in charge. Hairdryer. Where's my hairdryer? I'll do that tomorrow. I'll look out the hairdryer for it for tomorrow, just so that we can square it off. Right, time to start building back into the case. So I'm going to start off by putting probably the... If I do this the other way, actually, see slightly better. If I build from that side. Go that way. You might actually see better what I'm getting up to. So, first thing I need to do is reconnect. Can do. We'll move that across. Pull out of the box. Open the tape up. No, I told you it was still new. Oh, dearie me. Do you know something? It is part of the design. I thought it was heat damage. It's not. Because you can see it here. Let me just move Omegas out of the way a second. I thought that was. Yeah. Yeah. Just give me a second. Come on. Oh, these boxes. Put that there. Before power supply back over. Out the way. Ah, I know what the problem is. It's the handles. Handles on the side. So I'm not going to take it all completely out, but so my other case, this one here, isn't quite as good a number actually. Sort of. Oh, she's back in. So grab this. So I don't know if you'll be able to see in on it. It's kind of glary into it, but the number of it. I just turn it away from the light. Use. Look, will it? Oh. The number looks like it's 300 and something. 2 minutes. Because you're actually in. Yeah. Yeah. Yours was 100, so we're talking about this a minute ago. We actually think we need to straighten the panel up for you. I'll do it in a minute. So, yeah, so this one. So there's the panel inside. Mine's is 357 on this one. And for Omega's is 155. Then my hold case, it was 80 something. I forget it facing the other way, so it's sitting over there just now. So yeah, this one is 357. That's 155. I just think this is probably the first time since they've left the manufacturers that there's been 2 of these cases brought back together, and since they left the shops, because there was only ever allocations of 2s given to shops. I never actually thought about that until now. The most no, it really wasn't. Yeah, so there's shots were only ever allocated a maximum of 2, because they were limited editions. They couldn't order in bulks of them. So whenever they obviously left the depot and were put around the world, they were only ever left in pairs. Yeah. Yeah, it totally does. Look. If these were to come up for sale on... So I did see one of these actually on eBay at one point for sale, and I think they wanted something like £800 for it, and that was about a year ago. Because like I said, I was looking for one for somebody, and yeah, look, these will very rarely ever come up for sale, because they are collectors pieces, and like even if somebody decides to change like their motherboard and all the rest of it, unless they totally give up on WoW. However, do you want to see a real comparison of something a second? Hang on a bloody minute here. Doesn't want to the other case. So, this is the bottom of how my case looks. Nice and new and shiny. We've taken out these earlier on from yours. And that's what it looks like. Anybody want to play Spot the Difference? So that's your defence. Go ahead. Over that side. Over that side. Are you still with us? Are you still doing keys? Or are you just leveling alts together? I forgot what you were doing. Cool. Right, let's... away.
All right, let's bring that beat back.
I just realised I tried to put it into the box the wrong way around. Oh, sellotape. Well, why does that not fit? Oh, because you put it in. Yeah. Yeah, so it's not heat damage. I thought it was, but it isn't. It is actually the design of it. That's good to know, though. At least we know that the light doesn't actually cause long-term damage to the case. Although I think she did say she doesn't use the light on it. Right. Time to start putting things back into it. That's cool, mate. I probably will actually try and get a photograph of the two of them together. For no other reason than, like I said a minute ago, that it is probably the first time that they'll have been together since manufacturing. Like, unless there's somebody that's bought up like a bulk of them somewhere along the lines. Yeah. Right, so first one on motherboard. That one. I don't know if actually Omega's back from work or not. Oh, normally this is about the time if she would come in. Yeah. I don't see her on Discord, but then again she's got no PC to join, so she would need to use a mobile phone. I don't know if she's worked out how to use the voice on her mobile phone. Ah, it's not showing up for me. Ah, right, gotcha. Okay, so that's that one on. Next up is CPU power. Yeah. Although, one of the things I didn't do with mine was put all the modules in before fitting into the case. I fucking was upside down back to front trying to get the right angles. Is a what? A box? Reminds me of Metal Gear Solid. Just a box. Next up is this one. So we've got power for GPUs, power for the CPU, power for the motherboard, hard drives. I feel that there's another one that we should have had, unless it all come off that one block. Power cable, that's the red cable that we're going to fit. Maybe it's not. I thought I'd done another. It's the one of my guildies. It's their case. We're just giving it a good clean for them before giving it back to them before the new expansion comes out. So the build itself, I don't know the exact specifics to it, but I know the motherboard was a Z390 Intel. So that means it's a 9th gen CPU that's in it. I think all the power cables are in. So there's going to be some spare parts left over. I'm going to have some screws left, the ones that was on the front panel grille. And just that locating screw in. When you put in a power supply, there's a couple of locating screws that you can use. That you just kind of put them on the first couple of threads, and it allows you to drop on back. So, get the phone, I'll be able to show you what I'm talking about. Sellotape. So, if we transition this in, you'll be able to see it in a second. Not very good light, but that little screw there is just sort of placed in. What you can do is you can just lift it up and back out, dropped out, and that allows you, you put that screw in first and it sits just over that little lip. It sits just in here, that will drop in nicely. I now just pull back. You can see that when we lower it down, it drops into it. That gives it its seating point. So, yeah, so it just places in, and that holds it It allows to then be able to put the other ones in. So the screws that we use for it are little extra ones, which are these ones here. Oh. Fingers and thumbs. That one there. And if I position this, try not spin. Raise that up. Then that'll allow me to put in neck locator at the top here. This is where having the rubber gloves on wasn't the best idea. Take it off a second. Try to balance that. You can still see what I'm up to. So we're about to put the screw in just up top there. And here. That's your. There's a second locating screw. You can see here, we can move the power supply in order to get that. Oh, here's one. I never transition. I forgot. So yeah, I'll do this back in. So the screw on the back for locating allows you to just raise it up. You can see it's got a little hex screw on it. That just drops in. And then similarly, I lock this between my legs a second. Then raise the power supply forwards to the case and put in things. The corner one is probably. Easy if I wasn't balanced enough in between my legs. The threads to catch. That one in. And bottom one. Cool. That's the power supply back in. I'm going to leave the hard drive to the end because I want the space to be able to run these cables and stuff. So those were for the GPU, which I'll leave to the last on the outside part. What we'll do is we'll just drop them down in there, out the way. SATA cables will drop in there as well. Power supply for the SATA. Now this is where I have a funny feeling I should have had another one of these cables out, because two of them are going into the hard drive and the third one connecting on. Ah, right, cancel last. It is, it's that one there. I knew there was another cable. It was sitting on the case because it was still attached to certain things. So I want that to then that. It's fine. Drop that in the other now. That's in, that's in. That on the inside, because that's for the hard drive. Deal with them later. Power supply cable for GPU. Do that there, and behind it as well. Keeps them out of the way, so now we've got this cable nice and tight, so I don't know if Omega's even watching anymore. We've fixed this part brag from earlier. Remember that cable tie that was sitting on the outside was catching? We've turned that around because it's no longer catching anymore. They'll be able to sit all nice and flat and flush. Yeah, I turned it, just give it a little twist round. That's all in. That's all done. The next job is to put the cooler and everything in. Now, unfortunately I can't drop this down onto its side to put it into let you see. Oh, because I need the key, in fact. Good. If I do it so that the edge of the case is just sitting here. So we're about to put in the radiator fans. So there's two cables that drop through pre-cut. There's a pre-cut channel. This is one of the questions you had, Bragg, wasn't it, about the cables? I don't know if you can see it from that camera, but there's a pre-cut hole here, down that side, and one down there for the radiator fan cables to come out of. So we can push that one down there and through there, pull them through that on that side. What I do need to do is make sure that there isn't anything going to get caught on the fan as it's spinning. Massage those cables out here a second. Bring that up to there, that brings it out of the way. Gets into that, that into that. There we go. That actually gives a bit more clearance on the back of that motherboard cable as well. It actually sits a bit less pressure on it because it was pushing against the fans before. Yeah. So that's that part to take care of. The hoses are pretty much now twisting the way that we want them. Those cables, I'll fix in a minute. It's got to dry fit this a second. So there's no thermal paste written on this now, and there's not meant to be because it's dry fitting. There's cables to go around in there. They'll come out that side. And all I want to do is place this in the mount in the bracket so that I can look at that cable there, do a twist on it. So I'm just using the thumb screws to hold it down a second. Doesn't move about whilst we're just it. Just that way, that way. Now, depending on the clearance at the back of the GPU, the hoses could go under, but I don't think there is enough clearance on the back. I'm looking over at it just now. If there'd been a bit more clearance down this channel here, we could have dropped it down through, but because the design of the case, not the case, the design of the motherboard, can't really. If there'd been a bit more of a channeling space, we could have laid it down through that bit there. Just a little bit more space on it. And yeah, the cooling block for the chipset. And there's not enough to go up over everything, because that would cover the RAM, which doesn't look very good. I was thinking, look, maybe bring it up and round. You could fit the radiator the other way around, but like I was saying earlier, you end up with the air expansion on the top, and it can cause a lot of gargling and cause the pump to overheat, because it ends up with air trapped in the line rather than liquid. You want the air to rise up to the top of the case. On a AIO, from a custom loop you can get away with it. You could run the lines whatever way you wanted. They're going to have to come down that way. Then bring it round. Might be able to hide them. So that's what I was just talking about. If we put the tubes up the top. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to try in a second, yeah. And behind that, USB Type-C. So there's somebody just asked about putting it the other way. So you could do it the other way. You could fit the AIO with the radiator tubes up the top, but an AIO cooler is designed so is it inside it. So I'm going to use a pointy stick. So there's a small fraction of air inside AIO coolers, and it's for expansion of the liquid. So when the liquid heats up, the liquid expands, it fills that cavity of air. So you want to make sure that air, which will rise in water, is at the top of the case, which will be at this part. If you do it with the tubes at the top, you run the risk that the air gets caught in those tubes and then gets pulled through the lines, which means then that you've got air in your lines, which is never going to help for cooling. So you want to make sure that your expansion gap is at the top to make sure that the air rises to the top away from the tubes and the liquid sinks and gets drawn through the system. Yes, it could be done, but it's not a very good idea. I'm just thinking about path analysis for this, so what I'm thinking is if that comes off, yeah, no worries, pal. I think we could get away with putting that around that side. That would then allow us to pop that just in behind, because what I really want to do is I want to show off the fact the NZXT badge on the front. So down the back here, or down the front, sorry. I'll get the phone out for this. So what I'm trying to achieve for this, I'll be able to see it a bit better now. See, we've got the hose running down here, round the ram, and in behind this shroud, and then it opens this entire bit up, because we couldn't see this earlier, because the cables were sitting over the front. And that one, we can do the same. What do you think, Bragg? Do you think that looks a bit neater? That idea. And then try and get that over the top. I'm just going to change the camera view. Sorry, I missed that question. Was it a question? You see the new motherboard turn the 24-pin slot to the side and not facing. Really? I think it probably depends on the manufacturing motherboards. I was actually looking at a motherboard yesterday and I never noticed that because I was doing a build for somebody. Poking out the side. Right, so I was looking at this one's one of the folk guild. This is Matty's motherboard that we're looking at for him. Bam bam bam. I need to hide a second. So that is an X670, which is the new AMD one, and it doesn't look like they've changed that. That looks as if it's still facing forwards. No, it's still facing forwards. That's a new AMD one for the brand new. Yeah, it could be. I mean, that's like one of the high-end boards as well for Asus. It's Asus ROG. Similar. Yeah, I mean, it would work with this case because that power bar, the cable management bar, sorry, is raised up. So if we, I'll bring this up so you can look. So a Z790, so that means it's an AMD, not AMD, it's an Intel. So it's one of the Intel boards. But yeah, so this cable management bar here it would allow for a side port because that's raised up. Oh, there's an interesting part as well. looking at that picture, you can see actually, Bragg, on the picture, it actually does have that dark ring around it. So yeah, it was part of the design. And you can see actually on their fake makeup one of the NZXT, they've fitted radiator, fan, and then the chassis bracket on the front, the way that we've just done it. I can't see, does that say NZXT up the front of it though? I wonder if that was a design feature that I did later. Right, my big head's in the way. It doesn't look like it was. So the prototype case didn't have NZXT embossed up the front, like the one that we're working on right now. So up the front here is it's embossed with NZXT. Right, so I've got that to where I want it. What I now want is that cable, which is USB-C. A little bit of wiggly pokely thing. Be able to see if I've got clearance on this. Can't go that way on it, but definitely get. So the block isn't currently fitted just now. Not secured. It's not got thermal compound written on it. Do not a dry bit of the hoses and everything. But I think that'll look a lot better for her. Engineer, what's your thoughts? Oh, I don't know, I don't care. I'm leveling. Yeah, right. Yeah. I think that will... that'll be a good fit. And then the GPU and on top. In terms of the cables for this, again, I'm not going to fit these in until I get the thermal paste. Oh, you was in processor. It's already in it, so this is somebody else's case. I'm just doing some work on it for them. Tidying and maintenance. The processors in it's the 9th gen i7, the K, so it's a i7 9700K. Let's go. Oh, graphics card. It's got a RTX 2070 Super, Aurora's Master. Oh, that's the one that was already in it. We just give it a good clean up. Yeah, and that's actually what we're just about to fit next. Right, so we'll move the block out the way. So that was what we were actually doing tonight with this build, was just cleaning it all. First tip that I would say is to take the parts out and clean them using stuff called isopropic alcohol. With a cloth, so a lint-free cloth, some isopropic alcohol. And much clearance this. So yeah, hang on, I'll grab it for you. So known as rubbing alcohol. That with a nice soft cloth, that takes care of the dust getting thrown about the place, helps to clean it. And then I use a nice power vacuum, not a vacuum, a blower to blow out the bits of dust I can't get into with the brushes. And also, if you're going to take the block off, use again rubbing alcohol to clean the top of the CPU before putting on fresh thermal compound. At the corners of that. We can put gate and screw back in. That one positioned. Second one. Again, don't over tighten screws. The graphics card in. I just need to put the chassis bracket back on. At least it's not the ones that you pop out and then if you ever swap them out, you've got holes left behind. I think. Oh, see, I always put everything into the motherboard boxes. I always keep all the parts together. Right, move the chair back a second. Haha, haha, haha. I now see why they done the way they did. Right, so I'm going to take the GPU back out. When the thermal compound turns up tomorrow morning, I'll do it. And this once. But I wanted to test that this will fit first. The idea that we've done. Because it is such a big chunky graphics card, it doesn't leave a lot of room. And that might explain why the hoses were going around the back of the GPU. Thoughts on them? They're not it. Or if they are, I've not seen them on the shelves. but the 4000 series, and most modern graphics cards are. The recommended power supply, we were talking about this earlier, recommended power supply for the new 4000 series is 850 watts. It's a lot of power. Take that out. Place that up there a second. We'll fit down this idea. So, if we take out the SATA cable, give me the space down back. Like that. Up hose first. Right hose. That means that we can put the SATA cables in. In there, up there. Give me a bit of space to get that into that one. Backed in. Blue cable. There we go, that's two SATAs. Runs out and that's nice. You back in. Then let's just run that around that side. A little bit more slows. One. Yeah, that'll fit. Definitely fit. Yeah, it's all. Yeah, it's the cables are now rooting down behind, which gives this a nice cleaner area to it, and then they're popping out and just less hosing going all over the place. Right, so I just need to get the thermal paste for this tomorrow, then these cables can be reconnected. Yeah, it's just sort of black tubing. Yeah, I think that certainly tidies that up a little bit for her. Hopefully she's going to be happy with it all. I don't know if she's still about. Maybe went to bed. I do know she tends to do late on earlies. I don't know how she does that, to be honest. A late shift on an early shift, that would destroy me. Does Claire ever have to do that? Late on early? Mhm. So that'll work now. That's rerouted. That's done. I think we're pretty much kind of finished the major stuff that we wanted to get done to this for the night. Plan is just to be finished for midnight anyway. Just the block. So that just leaves me a couple bit of cabley bits around here. The GPU power cable. This is SATA. That's that motherboard one. Now what I do need to make sure is that we don't stuff everything back in there. Because we now have fans in there. I'm going to secure all this stuff that we can down the front. Face away from the fans. I will put a little cable tie onto that stuff in a minute. Keep them out from that cavity. Empty cable tie just to hold it in place. This is over though. Just using a temporary cable tie now just to put them there. There's nothing, hopefully, in the way of that. There's cables there. Is for fan. Connect on. Up here. Around the back. Connect onto the block. Put them back in. New cables. So connect them. Cables. That side out the way. Power supply that's getting used for up the tops. That through. Oh. Power for the block. Those two. Well. There. And that. Chassis base there, just that in. Second. Just knock that off. remember right, these were going at the bottom here. March up round towards here. Combs. Oh, nice. They actually attached those two combs together to keep them together. Right, put the hard drive caddy in. Those little flat screws. Right, raise that up. A really good recorder if you're tanking, mate. It shows you how much mana your healer's got, and also whenever they're eating. Cool. I mean, it's good that even as DPS they have, just so that they can at a time when the tank's probably going to stop for a break. Get the caddy back in. That bit done. Bear's back on charge. Shoo. Round. Use the last two either power ports, or is it cable running back on itself? Run there. That lets me side. This cable. Same way. Up over the top of the caddy, and then side part in there. That together. The drives. One needs to go on the bottom because that one's got a U-bend on it. Downwards. of the caddy. One. Yeah. Those two cables on that side. That just leaves me to connect up the block all the cables associated with. And that part, your cables. I thought they were coming through the back there, but now that I'm looking at it, I might have brought them that port. That's a very short block of black block. This cable if we go for centre. So the case itself's got a lot of good cutout parts to be able to route cables through and stuff. Pins. Oh. Excuse me. Yeah, I think we'll reroute that actually. Shady. Yeah, it's a new name, Shady. She just put guess who's back. It just reminded me actually, I was going to look at doing this. I forgot all about it. Can somebody type something in chat a second? Want to see where the source is going to. Okay, I think it's on system. That is cheap. That. Give it an L try. type in chat, it should hopefully trigger it. Yep. So, I now do that. Whoever types in chat should now hear what I put.
How's you?
Did you all hear that? Okay, I can turn it up. No, it's the volume. I'll put it all the way up.
I'm fine, thank you. How are
That
you?
better?
Laughing smiley.
So it means that you can hear what chat's talking about without having to read it. Yeah. See, I'm thinking about yous. Means you can still listen along to what's happening. Okay.
Bored. Work was very slow tonight.
So, this is what I need to try and find a way to get that. Playing about with tight holes in the dark. Feel with your fingers. Right. I've got one out. Half a cable out. Half detached inside. There we go. Both cables are now out. And then we bring that up. Up. And up. That's feeded all the way out. Move the block back out the way. Move that out the way. This is a power cable for this. Move that comb up to there, just a bit neater and tighter. So it's roughly even. So that one there. Next to it.
I bet you're missing being able to play WoW tonight, tongue poking smiley.
Out. No. What I'm doing just now is it's got little combs to keep the cables evenly spread. And what I'm trying to do is just
That's what I was going to do for a bit, then remembered I don't have a PC tonight.
They've already done it on one part, they've crossed the cables over, which just helps keep them together. We'll be doing with an extra bit on it. So they've went for those two. Need something probably further down the line. Try. That. So, the little combs used to spread it, I'm using them to lock cables together so that it keeps them. There's a crisscross in the back, but you can't really see it. On the front, just looks one row, drops down, and drops into that bottom section. Over a little bit. Yeah, so that's what the comms are for, but what I've done, I don't know if you can really see it, I'll grab the phone and I'll show you. Just the row in at the back, I've used them to keep the cables together, because otherwise what you get is they'll slowly move apart, or they could do. Where's the mouse? Weaker. There we go. So you can see here that cable there, it comes from this side, crossed it into this comb, and then we cross it back over into that comb, which is just because it keeps the two sets together. Means then that they don't spread out, but we've kept the top cables all in each one of them from top of each of these combs, so it runs nicely, and it's dropping in just behind here. Try to get the two combs at the same points. Well, see, this is the thing. So the likes of the one on the motherboard has got ones, and they've got that crisscross design on here. So it's got like a crisscross over pattern on this one, but because these come as just separate cables, I mean, you could try and replicate that idea, and it would give it that same pattern down here, and would probably actually keep it a little bit tighter. I don't know how Omega feels about that, or should rather it was straight the way it is. I know she's still about. Omega, you still with us? But actually, that's not that complicated. So all they have done is went top to bottom. Quick glance at it, all they simply done was went up. Was in the top one on one, bottom on the other. So was that a yes to... We're talking about your cables here, so these cables on the on the GPU, we'll try to get them so that it potentially, so your one at the back here, this here is your motherboard power supply, and it's got the comb front and back, and the cables here have got this nice kind of pattern design where they cross over and crisscross kind of idea, whereas these ones all run straight. And we're just saying, would you want a similar look on this as we do down here? And it would kind of help maybe keep them all together as well. Thoughts? Opinions?
If you can do a similar look, that would be ace, but if you can't, don't worry on it.
So it shouldn't actually be too difficult to replicate it if we start. Let's get the gloves off. Get the chair over.
The
It's
gloves
all
are
of-
off.
These went top to bottom. Just take out all the cold second. On that one. First one. They come in normal. Oh. There, one. We're back. They've already entered cables. Keep them together. Those two bottom cables there crisscross anyway. Effectively what we want. That in the bottom. That in. Next one is one. Bottom. Top. Bottom. Bottom. Top. Bottom. Top. They all now done. That. Then now take the bottom comb out. They're always passing to the right, so that top one goes to bottom. The bottom comes to top. Top. Bottom. Yep. Cable through. Stop. Bottom. Bottom. Stop. Stop and bottom. Stop. Bottom. Bottom and up and bottom. Stop. So, yeah, there's one. So keep that together. Now do. Try and use these middle cables. Open them into the block. Hopefully twist design in it. That's change. Bones together. One. Excellent.
Did it work?
Yeah, I think so.
Nice, thank you.
So what we have, bring up the so yeah, we've got the combs on them just there. What do you think, guys? I know you're doing a dungeon. So the ones I'm looking at now is the ones up the back there. I think they probably need something done to them at some point. I'll have a look at them tomorrow. I think for the time being, it was one of them. I'm looking at that and I glanced over. I'm like, oh, you fucker. So yeah, that one's done. That's the way that was designed. So that's now got that nice little bow. And that's dropping in behind that. We're going to fix this for you. You're probably not here when we're speaking about this. Up. One of the things we noticed is the plate just runs at a slight angle. So you can see that it's kind of close to the hole on this side, and then that does nothing. It then runs up the way.
Been like that since day one.
Yeah, so I'm going to get the hairdryer. I'll heat up that plaque. That will then allow me to move that, because that's just stuck on. That's just a sticky plate. Thermal paste will be here tomorrow. Can get that on, and we'll look at changing those cables at some point for you. tomorrow afternoon. I'll try and get most of this done prior to coming on to the game, because the plan as well for tomorrow is also to be doing keys. Also, you've got some spare parts, by the way. I've got some spare screws and washers for you. So,
How?
How? What did you do? What's happened to my computer? Right, hang on, I'll put it down. We'll explain as a quick overview before we finish off for this evening. But what we've done, where we're at, what's to happen, why it's got extras. In this. So one of the things that we'd done was, well, so we've taken everything out for you, stripped it all out, cleaned it all. Wasn't as bad as we were expecting, apart from the things that I've still to clean, but I'm taking them downstairs to do it, so I've still got these to clean for you. Used rubbing alcohol inside, cleaned out most of it, didn't take the motherboard out. But what we have done is we have changed your fans from being on the front of the radiator, sorry, on the back of the radiator, on the front, and it pushes through. So that was the big thing. So that's where your extra screws came from. We also taken off a little bit of peely that had been left on the block down there for the chipset. Other than that, everything else has just been rubbed down, cleaned down, and tomorrow, once thermal paste turns up, I'll get that on, get the block in, fix those cables. That's the inside. 2 seconds, you've got to see a blank screen for a second. I do this. Turn it around. On the inside, on the back, get the phone back up. The cable tie that was on here, it was rubbing on where the case was mounting, so we've snipped that and turned the cable round. The rest of the cables were pretty much fine. Hard drives is back in, and look, I didn't put red cables in it. Zania told me I was to do it, but I didn't do it. They're all back in. The only other thing that we did
Is that heat damage?
No, so one of the other things that we did do as well, I'll explain this part. So these tubes that come out the bottom of the radiator, originally they'd snaked in the back and up round and round that way. What we've done is we've put them into the back here, behind all the cables, behind the graphics card, so as they come out up here. We will then put the hoses underneath the bottom of the RAM before it goes onto the blocks. It means that there'll be less hose visibility and you'll get more visible RGB lights up here and your blue cables that you've put in as well. And yeah, like I said, I'll do something with them. I'll try and make them look a bit neater. So yeah, that's it. That's what we're up to, that's what we've done. The part on the front that we thought was heat damage, this here, we actually looked at my case, discovered that it's actually part of the design of how it comes from manufacturing. So I'm just going to show you touch pull. This is how I actually manage all my scenes and stuff. So I hit this, then brings up my prep screen, and I can press that, and then I can hit transition, and then you just get the top down view. And let's see what I'm doing. I can get the phone out my hand. Pop. So on the website, when we looked at this, we discovered that, oh there it is, that is actually part of the design of the case, that dark patch, which we thought was heat damage, but it's not at all, which is good to know. But yeah, some spare screws. We've got extra zip ties that we taken off the pump that hadn't even been cut, so whoever put them in hadn't even bothered to snip them. And that's it. So, all in all, that's me for this evening. Tomorrow is thermal paste, plugging the pump back in, and that's pretty much it then. We'll get it up and running, we'll test it, we'll have a look at the overclocking function, we'll look at whether or not it was throttling because of the whole idea being, rolling them over a wee touch, whether it was the software automatically kicking in to cause it to rev up, or it could have been, like me and Bragg was discussing earlier, it could have been to do with the air inflow into the case wasn't pushing enough air in because it was trying to pull air through the fan first. So that should help with a bit of airflow. You've got plenty of exhaustion, so you've got 2 outs. And yeah, that's us. Slightly later than I was hoping because I wanted to get into the game for a little bit. Right. Move that out of the way. I'll leave all this sort of set out because we're going to be using some of it tomorrow. I'm not going to be using any tools. Put the tools away. Cool. Any comments, feedback, suggestions? The wider audience? Anybody fell asleep?
None from me. Are you playing WoW now?
So yeah, I can go and play WoW because I've got a computer to play WoW on. I'll probably jump
That's
on
mean.
for kind of 5-10 minutes. That goes in the bin. I'm just going to leave all this stuff off to the side. I will tidy that up tomorrow. In terms of streaming, that brings me to the end of tonight's stream. Tomorrow, when we return, a couple of little bits to finish off on this. Whilst it's running and testing in the background and doing updates and stuff, we will be doing keys. And yeah, hopefully you've enjoyed. I think Bragg's muted himself. Anyway, hopefully I will catch you tomorrow. MD that's in the guild that's looked at Discord or hasn't looked at Discord, you'll see loads of dates. That's the sort of scheme of things between now and Dragonflight and the new year. It's sort of key dates that we will be aiming for and things that we'll be doing. And hopefully I will catch you tomorrow if you're going to watch up with the rest of the stream, see how it goes bang and catches fire. If not, for those that are on Discord, we're on the second, and if you want to do some stuff, let me know. Anyway, for now, goodbye to stream.